Just a second, almost done. All right, grab that. And there. Okay, I did test. Chat should be fine. Guess we'll find out, but all right. Do this one more time. All right. Should be good. I I definitely need to look into seeing if I can improve my upload speed, not just for less delay in responding to you guys, but also so I can see if I can get a better resolution on my streams. 1280 by 720 is like 2012 level resolution. It really should be better now. But that means I'll need to increase how much I'm paying for, and that's fine, but I need to increase how much I'm paying for my monthly because my upload speed is not going to increase unless I boost by a fair amount more. I need to look into that and see how much that will actually end up being. Let's go ahead and jump into this. Should have, let's see, Twitch, Kick, Odyssey, YouTube. Yep, should be good. Okay. Yep. We'll see who jumps on the chat or on the stream today. Because the last time I managed to unlock this door here, where previously I was not able to, but I managed to figure it out this time because we'd done these puzzles with the color, and I'd already previously done these as well with the colored hexagons, and I just had to remember that yellow, even though it wasn't showing up, yellow was doing its stuff over here, and so I needed to have something that would mirror and not cause collisions, and we ended up figuring that out. So, get over here. And we get this paper. And so I have created the hexagons, but I've not yet drawn the pattern. So let me draw the pattern here. This is turned. So really, I want to go over here. This may not go to the same place as the last place we had hexagons, because the last place, I'm pretty sure we had on the outside here was where we ended. It was the destination, but here, this is the destination. So I'm not, that might go to the same place, but I don't know. We'll have to check and see. That very well may not actually go to where the same spot as before. Okay, so we got this is where we would start. And then this, and here. almost the entire thing here. Almost. This. And then we go up one. And there's the destination. Interesting. Like I said, I don't even know if that'll work with the same puzzle. That might be for some other place. The previous design, kind of like this, but obviously different path, was for down below the windmill. So let's run there and see if we can get... this is up. Do I want up? I am not sure if I want up, actually. No, I don't want up, I don't think. What I want is... Oh, wait, this is... No, yeah, that's right. Come over here, that's right. We have this. Interesting. Wonder where the panel is that I access to manipulate things. This side, maybe? Ah, well, there's up above for sure. But obviously I can't see through the bottom there, so... come back to that at some point. And there's this, which takes me in here, but apparently, I was told, by people who know, of course, that's getting into more advanced stuff. I don't know about in-game per se. I don't remember them saying that, but it was more advanced than what I was currently used to. Or, no, actually in here. That probably also is, but it's in here is where it was much more advanced. Anyway, okay, so... it's going to be faster to go there, or probably faster to go... Let's look at the map on the boat here, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be faster to go inland. We're here. Yeah. Just like kind of that way. Since the windmill's like in the middle of the island and not on one of the shores, it's probably better to just cut through. Still kind of, I'm not spending exorbitant amounts of time on it or whatever, but still kind of trying to keep an eye out for little tape recorders that might have been left with more scientific details. We discovered such and such and the other in this thing, and therefore we understand that kind of stuff. I still don't know what to do with this one. Because you would start in the middle, then you would need to end here, but I don't know how I know what to end that on. And then if I get that wrong, then I have to redo this one. So that's fun. And I don't know what to make of this one either. Because there are no shadows or anything to block it to give me a clue. So it's probably got to be from something else, but I don't know from what. Anyway. Go in here. Let me double check, make sure. Yeah, nobody's been trying to comment, so we should be fine. Okay. Like, nobody on Discord has been screaming at me that it's not coming across when they try to chat. Which is obviously a good thing. I don't want them to not be able to chat. Okay, so if instead of the last one... Ah, yeah. We do this one. Here's where that one is. This one could not do that, I think, but this one... Oh, yeah. We ended out here, but this time we're going to end here. Interesting. Okay. So we go here. Like this. This. And it is up, yeah, through there.
So it's absolutely simple what I have to say to you. It's what my teacher said to me. And I'm still deeply discovering the reverberation of that. And it's simply stop looking for what you want. Not cynically stop looking for what you want. Because there's a way of stopping looking for what you want in resignation and cynicism and closing down. But innocently, openly, stop looking for what you want in this moment. Not tomorrow when you have it. But in this moment, to take one moment, whatever it is you want, however mundane or profound, and just stop looking for it. And you will find more than what you could ever want. Because more than what can be wanted is already who you are. It's too simple to be grasped, but absolutely, completely realizable. If, and it is a huge if, of course, you are willing to give up your hope that what you want will be found in the next thought, or the next activity, or the next day, or the next man, or the next woman, or the next teaching, or the next experience. So that's huge. That's the challenge. And I've blessedly traveled to Australia to challenge you in that direction, that directionless direction. It's so simple that it has to be said over and over, because it just slips right by the mind. And if it's said over and over and in enough ways and then not said, it can just be revealed. Not as something new, but as something absolutely fresh. Not new, but fresh. Who you are is not new, but it is always fresh. Who you think you are is old and dead. We just keep trying to think it a little better, squeeze some life. Is that clear?
Oh, Fox.
It is? Because that's really the basis of what I have to say. It's not a teaching. It's not a belief system. It's not a way to live your life. It's not a should stop. It's not an if you stop, you will be rich and famous and universally loved and never have a sad moment. None of that, I promise. But if you're willing to investigate for yourself without believing it or learning it or hoping to get something from it, just a pure investigation out of the natural curiosity of the human mind, just to investigate for yourself, what is here when I stop trying to get anything? And how much of that is here? And where does that begin? And where does that end? And then the question, Am I willing to trust that? And then the challenges get very big. But we'll get to that later.
So this
Any
was...
questions about what I just said?
Let's, I guess, wait. She's not quite done, I guess.
Want me to say it again? You already are everything you want, only maybe not in the way you imagine what you want. And it's that imagination itself that keeps you from discovering that you already are everything you want. So if you just take this evening as an experiment to give up any imagination, any image of what you need to be totally fulfilled, just give it up. It's just an image, just a thought. Maybe a spiritual thought, maybe a worldly thought, a relationship thought, career thought. Just give it up. And directly discover what's here, unthought, unimagined. How's that? Good. Good.
She seems like a sweet lady. So these here are kind of like when we have the little voice recorders where we listen to audio at different places on the island. So these are just video clips, but these are scientists talking about their way of looking at things that they've discovered or learned or whatever. I don't know who she is specifically. I also don't know who this guy is specifically. So this one here also plays another clip of a gentleman who spoke about what he had discovered as well. So we find these different places on the map. When we started today, we had just opened up at the very, very, very end of last time, we opened a door that showed basically one of these. It was like a sheet of paper with little hexagons, but it showed a path on those. And so when you put the path in, input the path, then you get a video. We got this one, and we got this one from this woman. Looks like we have 4 more somewhere on the island to discover. Since I am already back in this room again, this is underneath the windmill, in case you were wondering. I will see if there's anything over here. Okay, so these cannot be rotated. They must be the same shape. And they require so these black right here all need to be within one zone. And then these, in whatever place of the zone, whatever they are, they need to be in the same shape. I still don't know how to do these because these are broken here. So if I were to go like this, right, if I were to try to make this shape, for example, let's say, I cannot close it off and I run into my own path. As a reminder, it works kind of like if you remember the movie Tron with the light cycles. If you had a path behind a light cycle, another light cycle hits that path, it gets obliterated. You don't get obliterated here, but you cannot cross the path you've left behind on these. So I would need, and the other thing, remember, like I said, I said like at the beginning when looking at this particular puzzle, these cannot be rotated. So they must be in the same structure they are now. So this, for example, I mean, we could not close it off anyway, but if we were to try this, to go like down or whatever, that would not work for this one for sure. So we can do this, right? And that kind of gets us what we want. But there are a few problems with this. Number one, we run into ourselves again. because these black right here need to be in their own zone. They could be in a zone with one of these, but the point is, the black need to be all in one zone. And the other issue is if I were to do this, let's say, okay, so this is going to close this off or whatever. Since I cannot run into myself again, I cannot close this one off. And when I cannot close it off, it's the wrong shape because it's not this L. It's not this. It's this plus this. That's a problem. I don't know that we know the story yet. As far as I know, what we know so far, it seems, is we do not know how we got here. The whole island is basically abandoned. I don't know if that means people actually abandoned the island or if everybody died and there's nobody on the island, but it's basically an empty island. Like no life here other than like plants and, I haven't seen any, but I'm assuming like birds and stuff, okay? But no people. The closest people we have are like statues, look like people frozen in time or something. We have no idea what happened to them, how they got that way. We don't know any of that. And we do understand that they were very technologically minded. They used a lot of, like, not just, they're very logically minded, so they have technology, but they also use logic puzzles like this to open doors and similar things. So to get through here, we would have to open this and possibly this. It's at least one of these, if not both of these. So we cannot progress through here until we understand how the puzzle works. And I still don't know enough. So the way these work here, these here, is they destroy, they basically shoot, quote unquote, shoot and delete one square here. So what you would do is you would want to satisfy all but like basically do a pattern that satisfies. So each of these, so let me slightly back up. So each of these different things, like this set of these yellow shapes here, these black things here, and the white things here, okay, and these, they all operate under specific rules. So once you learn the rule for a particular shape, doing something like this where they have multiple colors of shapes, but also multiple shape types, you have to try to satisfy all of that together. So the white cannot be in the same zone as the black. They must be separated from each other. And anything in here that it does not satisfy its normal requirement. So let's say that you have the black have to be separated from the white. Let's say we have one black that is not separated from white. Okay, what that means is that does not satisfy the requirement for that one black. Let's say it was this one. So let's say we did this. Something like this. I'm not saying we're going to do this, but let's say we had something like that, okay? Whatever, okay. So the bottom black right here, just underneath here, okay? That bottom black is in the same zone. So each of the places in between the light lines are like zones, right? No, not always. It depends on the shape. Each different shape applies a different rule for anything of that same shape. Now the white and the black here both are the same shape, but they're different colors. So the rule for these shapes like this is that they cannot, that basically, okay, if I go like this little rectangle I've made, that's a zone. And then outside of that rectangle is also a zone. Does that make sense? So inside the rectangle is a zone, outside of it is a different zone. Also, the edges of the board like this count as like a way to cut off zones from each other. So in other words, in the current design I have, we have the rectangle where I am, that's one zone, okay? Then because the right side of that rectangle touches the edge of the board, that means that not only is that rectangle I've outlined a zone, but then also outside of that has been broken into two separate parts. So we actually have three zones here. We have the rectangle that I drew. We have the three pieces below that. One of the little upside down Y's plus the two blacks. That kind of goes like this way. Okay, that's a second zone below the rectangle. And then the third zone is everything up and left of the line that I drew. Okay, so there are three zones. There's my rectangle, the kind of upside down L below me, and then all of the rest of it. That's three zones. That's how you kind of know how what's a zone or not, okay? So a zone for these, let's skip these upside down Y's for now. For the blacks and whites, within a single zone, you can only have one color of those. So in other words, all the whites have to be in one zone, all the blacks have to be in another zone. Now it doesn't mean all the blacks. Like I could do, I don't even know what a good way to do this is. I could do something like something kind of like this. This isn't exactly right, but like those blacks below that are kind of the L-ish shape, the shape kind of like an L. That would be one zone, and that's all blacks. That's fine. That top zone would be all blacks. That's fine. And that middle zone would be bad because it's four whites but also two blacks. That middle zone would have to be all white or all black. So you're dividing zones. That's right. You're dividing zones, and in the course of dividing your zones, well, you're not just dividing zones. I mean, you kind of are, but you're not. And I know that's confusing. Let me explain. For any shape where a zone is important. Yeah. So for any shape where a zone is important, you're dividing them into zones. Okay, so if it's important to draw a zone, then that's important and that's what you're doing. Okay, but let me give you a simple example of where that's not. And that would be just over here where we played these. We're not dividing anything into zones here. We're just following a path. There's no zones needed for this. Does that make sense? So when there's a shape or something that requires a zone, something about a zone, it must be within the zone, it must, be the shape of the zone, must be the same as the shape of the thing, or whatever it is, okay? If there's a symbol that requires a zone somehow, then you are creating zones. But if there is just a path or similar, then you're not actually creating zones. Does that make sense? So yes, you're creating zones by doing the path if you need the zone. And if you don't need the zone, then you're doing something else. Does that make sense? So over here, I created a zone. See how all the black here are in one zone by themselves, and all the white here are in a separate zone. Notice here, you can have a couple of blank spaces and it doesn't matter. It doesn't hurt. You don't have to fill every piece in the zone with that color for these shapes. They just have to be separated from each other. So all the black are separated from all the white, so this satisfies the requirement for here. Does that make sense? So we have a similar on the door on the far side, except we have another black right here. And we have the two upside down Y's. Now the way the Y's work, I'll say it again, because now that you understand zones more, this will maybe make more sense for you. So the way this works is remember how I said to satisfy these, like all white have to be in one zone separate from all black, and vice versa. Like black and white cannot be in the same zone. They have to be in different zones, right? So if at any point I draw a shape, let's say I did this. Let's say I did something like this. Okay, you see how the right look at the right of the two upside down Ys, and then just above that, there's a black and two whites above that. That black does not satisfy its requirement, right? It's in a zone mixed color. That can't happen. So the way these upside down Ys are, I'll call them guns. They basically are like the tip of the Y, like shoots basically. You don't actually see it, but imagine it like shooting and destroying something. So these guns, or upside down Ys, the way they work is they will delete something that does not satisfy or that does not have its normal condition satisfied. So in this case, on the right side, the bottom black would be deleted because it's violating its law. It has to be separate from the white. It's not. So because it's violating its law, that gun, that bottom right gun, will destroy. First, the gun destroys itself, and then it also takes with it one of the symbols that violates its law. So this would be the upside down Y plus the black above it. Both would get destroyed. Yeah, you have to try to figure out. You basically have to look at the symbols, say, and these are more complicated, so these are bad examples. Let me find one that's less complicated because I run into new symbols and I have to learn how does this symbol work when I have a new symbol. So let me try to find one that has some symbols I already know how to work, how to follow, okay? And then once I find one of those, then I will show you and I'll explain as I go so you get a better idea. But you basically have to say, let's say you have one of those boards has 3 different symbols. As you're drawing, you have to do, okay, can I satisfy symbol 1? Yes. Can I satisfy symbol 2? Yes. Can I satisfy symbol 3? Yes. You have to satisfy all 3 at the same time. So you might draw initially and say, I'm satisfying 1 and 2, but I'm violating 3. So I have to figure out some other way of still satisfying 1 and 2 without violating 3. So it gets complicated when you have a lot of symbols together. And that's kind of the point, right? This is a puzzle game more than anything else. So there are really cool things like this. See, like this, he's obviously, I think it looks to me at least, it looks like he's petitioning a god or something, right? Now, if I look at his rocks, do you notice something about the rocks here? It's not exact, but you see how this kind of goes like this and it makes like an oval shape kind of or something, or maybe like the bottom's a rectangle more, but it's kind of like an oval shape or whatever. If you look up at the clouds, oh, look. This one right here kind of does that oval shape with, I mean, it's not, exactly a rectangle on the bottom, but technically neither is this with his hands. With his shadow, I mean. So you look at some things like that. Okay, and some of these get tricky. Let me show you. Well, it was up this way, right? Wasn't it? I think so. Some of these get tricky because they don't only have to have you go in a specific pattern, but they also rely on the environment for it some too. So okay, down here. Okay, this puzzle here, right here, okay, the green line is what we drew. I don't remember. I don't think you are, right? You're not yellow-green colorblind, right? You can tell what's kind of yellow-orange and what's kind of lime-green here, correct? Just confirm that you can tell like the yellow versus the green, and then I'll proceed and explain to you. So can you tell the difference in colors? The yellow and yeah, okay. Okay, perfect. Okay. So, the way puzzles like this, when you have an outdoor puzzle, okay, these are outdoor puzzles. When you have an outdoor puzzle like this, and there are shadows, there's like light, but there are also shadows on it. The shadows serve to block some of the paths you're allowed to take. So, let me find... Where did I have better examples? Because that one there is a little more complicated. Was it over this way? It might have been over this way. Let me see. See, and some of the fun of the game is you actually have to discover what the new patterns are. Now, this is the wrong area. Oh, it was... I know where it was. It was over by the docks, which is... Which way is that? Oh, gosh, I don't remember how I get there very easily. I think around this way, actually. To the side here. Yeah, because this goes to the castle, but... we can go... down the side here. And then we'll get... instead of, we will not go in the castle. We'll go over here instead. And this will take me to the area so you can better see. Okay. So, let me give you the basic principle on this, okay? The way this works, just these puzzles in general work. Hey, Siluel. Okay. This applies to all of the puzzles, okay? If you have something blocking your way, like a bar here, what happens is, from a distance, I can still start this, okay? But I cannot go past where this bar is. This bar blocks my way. But see, if I go down here, I can get up and I can come up to this point. So the bar, even though physically it's not part of the puzzle, it is part of the puzzle, because think of my drawing the line as if I had like a flashlight, but like a, not quite, maybe think of it like a laser pointer, I guess would be a good way to think of it. It's like I have a laser pointer, okay? And so I can point to the board and move my hand along. If I were to try to do a laser pointer across where this is in the way, the bar's in the way, the laser pointer would stop. It would not go through the bar, right? It'd get stopped by the bar. It's the same principle here, in effect. It's pretty much the same principle. So, okay, so if I were going to try to do this, I would need to get, yeah, like this. Now I could access the whole thing. Now I don't know what pattern I need, so this is probably not going to open it. But see how now I have the full run of the board? Pretty much I could do anything here because the bars aren't blocking it. So that's something that you have to look for as well. That little just meant I had the wrong pattern, of course. Yes. Yes. Process of elimination when applying the rules, right? So we're not randomly choosing a whole bunch of different combinations. We're trying to apply the rules, but yes, correct. The process of elimination. If you try rules and it doesn't work, you back up through your thought process of how you did that attempted solution and figure out where you went wrong and then try to fix that and still come to a solution that will work. So it is process of elimination within the confines of applying rules that you know. Okay? So yeah, there's nothing on here. This needs power, so we have to solve the previous puzzle before we can put power to that and then use that. Okay, so here are some examples of what I was going to tell you about the shadows. Okay. The shadows here, in this case, the shadows are indicating where I want to go. Like this. And now that will light up and power this over here, okay? In some other instances, not here, of course, because this showed me the pattern I wanted, but in some other instances, down here, okay? In these cases, the shadows actually cut off your path. So the correct, I'm not going to start it. Well, I can. It's not a big deal. Okay. So here, if I start this again, okay, going, this is going to be incorrect. Any of these are going to be incorrect because I'm trying to go through shadows, which does not work. Okay. Now, these, and there are two things here for this. Okay. First of all, there are the shadows of the trees, and there are also the shadows like of these wooden bars, this, not exactly lattice, but kind of this wooden framing up here. Okay. The framing does not interfere with where you're allowed to draw. It's the branches, the tree branches. So as you're going, you have to figure out this is straight cut wood. So these are part of the frame. This is part of the frame. This here is part of the frame. And all of this is part of the frame. But this, and this is part of the frame right here. Okay? But this here is branch. This is shadows from the branches. These are all shadows from the branches. You were not allowed to cross the shadows of the branches on this particular set of puzzles. And you had to figure that out as you go. But, you know, once you know, then you know. So, because we're not allowed to go where the shadow of the trees are, but we can go where the straight cut wood is, a very simple puzzle or solution is, this is straight wood. We're crossing straight wood here. We're crossing straight wood here. And we go here. And now that works. And that satisfies the puzzle. Right? So they get tricky because they do this kind of back and forth and you don't know. So this one here, for this one we had to, basically we went up, right? Technically this little corner here does not count it. First of all, it doesn't cover it enough, but also this is part of straight cut wood that happens to be at an angle here. Okay, so we were able to go through here. We avoided I mean, this is straight cut here, but you have this right here, this big fat thing here. That's a tree branch shadow that blocks this way and this way and this way. So, and this is another tree blocking this way. So the only way we could go, we cannot go here because we get blocked, and we cannot go here because we get blocked, blocked, blocked. So the only way we could go is like this, right? And this is straight cut lumber again. So this is okay to cross right here. But we have to avoid like this stuff here that's kind of more jagged and crooked and stuff. This is tree branch. So we have to avoid that. So we go up here, we avoid the tree branch. We go up tree branch right here. So we go up over the tree branch, but the straight cut lumber is fine. Come down, tree branch, so we go in between them. Tree branch here, so we go above it. And finally, this here is part of this, which is all straight cut lumber, so we come down to the solution. So you get some stuff like that. So sometimes it's a set of symbols that have specific rules. Sometimes it's shadows in the environment. And also they have different rules depending on the set. So all of these pink set, those all do the shadow stuff. Like here, these are more easily seen examples of learning the pattern for these. These branches here are actually going straight across paths you need to take. So they're blocking you, okay? So you learn, we started way down here. We learned the first few here. These were also some, these yellow ones. And then as we got up here, it continued up here and then got more complicated. Okay. But now that we're out here, oh, and there's some more here as well. And these got tricky. See how the shadow kind of forms like it's much more like this. It's much more like as if you were going to take your line and draw through there. So you had to use that shadow and follow the pattern through and stuff. So they get pretty tricky with some of these. Anyway, but apparently starting with these, the shadow is the path we want to follow. And I took a chance on this. I didn't know that was true, but it seemed too convenient that the shadow pretty much followed a path I could draw with a light. So I figured that was the pattern. So that is the pattern for these. So now as I go over here, I want to follow the shadow as well. This is going to be trickier to a point at least, because the shadow does not really follow it nearly as closely as the last one, right? Over there, it was pretty much right on the line for almost all of it. Here, it's off, and it's like cuts early and stuff. So here we're kind of guessing, not exactly, but kind of guessing. But this is still mostly straight, so I'm going to go straight here, down, because we cut here. We stop here and don't extend, right? We stop early here. This is mostly straight, so I'm going to go over here, straight, over here, probably all the way over, because this reaches over. And then probably all the way over here as well. I don't know, but I'm going to try that first. Okay, that turned out to be correct. And then you follow the cord that just lit up, this one, and you see where the next puzzle is. And, you know, it isn't always as clear. This kind of disappears into the ground. So we just kind of have to go over this way and see if we can figure out, oh, here's one that's now available that we can do. So we now try this next puzzle. You get the idea? So sometimes that's the interesting thing with this game too, is like each set of puzzles is solved in a different way. Sometimes it's the shadows interfering or helping. Sometimes it's the shapes have rules. It really just varies. So it gets fairly complicated, honestly. Okay, so this I think is pretty much saying straight up to here. And then even though this does like a diagonal thing, I think it's going straight. And I don't want to go up here because we have shadow here that'll be part of the path. So probably cutting it here. Down. I think like this. And obviously we can't cut in here because we have that. So it's probably just, even though it's diagonal, it's probably signaling this. Yeah, there we go. And that lit up over to here, which was not lit up before. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so this could go this way, but it's a dead end, right? The branch stops. And this one wants to go off the board, so that's wrong. So it's going to be down here. Dead end again over here. So we're going to go down and over. Oh, interesting. And then I guess I say, because these shadows touch, that we count this as if it's an extension of what I'm already doing. So over and then up. And even though this goes in some, it's still going to be up to here at least. Not here, because this is dead end. This would stop like here, basically. So it's going to be here. And then it kind of squares, so we'll probably go like this and there. Yeah, there we go. And that we could visually see this time, that lit up this one. Okay. This goes over. So I think this is going to do a jog like this and then continue again. And then down. No. Let's see. That breaks. I don't know if I count that as a break or if that's a problem or not. If that's not a problem, then we continue like this and down. I feel like that might be a problem. Let's see. Let's see how it turns out. So pretty much up. Like I said, I think that we count this as a jog. Then over. This obviously dead ends, so that's wrong. So it would have, if this is the right way, we'd have to do this. And then this. And like that. That is wrong. Okay, so what am I doing wrong here? Here. Okay, I think it's just, I think because he's touch, I think we say this is a bridge. And I think over here we say this is a break because the shadow stopped. So I think we bridge and just do this. Yep. That was simple enough. And that lit up down this way, which means... Let's see, where do I go from here? Where do I go, my lovely? Where do I go? I solved the puzzle, my darling. Solve the puzzle. Where do I go? Oh. We already did those puzzles. So this, if this, well, it did light up something, right? So it should have gone. Oh, here we go. Yeah, it went up under here, I believe. That makes sense, I think. Right, if we come back here, it was down here. Yeah. So this is the line that we've given power to. And that comes over to... Ah, yes. So I've opened one door. I believe I have to open the other door, because you notice once we open this door, it gives this path here. So I think we have to open this other door, and then we'll know the other path. So I have to find out how or where the... Okay, that's this way. Cord goes here. Hang on. Like this. Up this way. Oops. We get through here. Here we go. So this is the cord still, I believe, that I need to follow. Whoops. Which means we're going into the dark woods. Just give me a scary creature. I can't handle it. Where are we going? Not this way. It's gonna have to be up some. Wait. I lost the cable. Hang on, let me find it again. I'd gone over here. Here we go. This cable. It's gonna have to be over. I think it's going to be this set, which means you get fed by this, which gets fed by one of these. Where do you get fed by? Down here. Oh, this. Yeah. I see. Yeah, this here fed power to here, so I have to do this one now. And this is the set where the shadow and the light dictate what you're allowed to do. And in this case, what I had to do was... Where was it? I had to... I don't remember how I found the other part of this. There was like light. Oh, here we are. Yeah, right here. This here is a part of the puzzle. Anyway, so it got pretty tricky. So let's see if I can figure out this one. See this rock here? This rock here is giving me the pattern, the shadow on this rock. But I need to finish solving that. This looks like from here, over one, up one, and then over two here, one up, and then got to kind of see how there's the shadow of my head also. So I'll put my head right in the shadow where it already is, and then hopefully I can see well enough. So this would be my first inclination. Following the shadow again, down and to the left from the actual sign I'm lighting up. 1, 2, up, over, up. Oh, hang on one sec. Let me slightly tilt up so I can get to the top of the sign. Otherwise, I'll never make it up here because it's outside of my view. I have to be able to see it all. Okay, so do this again. So this, and 2, and then up, and then we angle on the rock. I don't think we go up that far. So that, and then that, and then this. That's wrong. Oh, no, that's right. Okay. It was straight. It's just right here at the end it looks curved, but it was just straight. Okay. So we need to get that one. Cool. Okay, so that one fed this. Where is my pattern here to follow? Ah, it's over here. So I want... Let me see. This... And then I think this actually connects to here. Boy. Okay, so I think it's this. Up 1, over 2, up 2, 1, 1, over 2, down 1, over 1, down 1, left 1, down 1, over 2, up 1, left 1, down 1. Okay. All right, and then this is the last one. Here's my pattern over here on the left again on the boards. So I go here, like this. Shows that. I'm pretty sure that's the one. Nope, 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 actually. Hang on. That's incorrect. Hang on. I mean, if I change my angle on this... Yeah, that's the angle I need without my shadow in the way. But this right here connects through, and this connects to this. Okay. So I want to try this. So here's my starting point. So I go up 1, over and down. That looks like that is 1, 2, 3. All the way over, I think, like this. And then that's 2. Up 1, over 1. Up 1, over 2. Down 1, right. Up 2. And that. There we go. And that unlocked our other side of the gate over here. You could hear the sound as it opened. Man, is it this far over? Holy crap, oh, that's far. I do remember wandering for ways. Yep, it is. Okay. So now, all of that. Now we need to figure out this one. All right. I think... this pattern, because if you remember I showed you the pink ones earlier? Here, I'll come back to there in a second. So we go, whoops, go over here. Back over to this. These pink ones, remember the shadow blocked them. But here's a pink one. Right before the pink ones were yellow ones also. So I'm pretty sure the yellow ones were the first ones that had the shadow blocking, then they went to pink. So I'm pretty sure that it worked, because this is yellow over here inside of this building. So I'm pretty sure it works the same way that the shadows block paths and don't allow us to do those paths. So we're gonna go. So block from some branches and or leaves. Block from this from similar, or it's either branches or it's some of this stuff. Either way, it's blocked, right? So I think we go around and through, try to avoid the blocks. Which means, I think, this. Oh. But then this, we have to follow this pattern. Instead of counting it as a block, we have to follow it? No. What is it? Maybe I have to change the angle on this? Let's see. Maybe I just I have to go this at the end. So do the same thing, but instead of following that last shadow, we're just going to go here. No, that's also wrong. Okay, let me think. I cannot stay in the shadows the whole time. That breaks, like here, breaks. There's not a connection between here to hook me into this one. So some of those don't work either. What is... If I come out here more... Huh. Is there a pattern in here that I should be looking for? Not that's clear to me. I would need to have this be kind of up here if it were going to do a pattern in the shadows. If we said this was on the side, so if we said that this was rotated, what would it be? The yeah, 90 degrees. So going here and down would be here and down. Do we have a clear path? Go down over kind of too, but there's shadow here, so it doesn't really... I don't think that's right. Let me think. That goes across. If we were to ride this, even though this goes higher, let's say that it's because the angle and it actually indicates one lower. If that's true, We could hook into here. And then here. No, this isn't going to work. This is going to be wrong. Let me think. Huh. I don't know. How would that... If that goes over one more... So if this is the side that this shadow should actually be on, like let's say at another time of day or something. We can't change the time of day, but I'm just saying, like, if this was designed at another time of day, so maybe the shadow shifted over. If we say that this shadow is all the way on the side here, that means all of these are shifted over one spot. Which would mean what? That would mean we would want to go... So this one here, the shadow here, would come to here. Which would mean... And then this would be shifted over. So this would be free. So if I did that, then that touches there. That's over there. That's going to be... Nah, we're still crossing this, though. You just doing it on this line instead of this line, we're still crossing that, which is... I think a problem. I don't think that's right. Hang on. My shadow's also in the way, so that's part of the problem too. If these only extend to here, if this is all shifted over, and the same thing there, these are here, then I could go down this. Yeah, but this is still a problem because this shifts over. I don't know. This comes over here. I don't think I can just go through that. I'm pretty sure no, but let me try this. And that will be shifted over. That's wrong. Yeah, there's no way that's right. Okay. I didn't think so. Is there a pattern over here or something? Trying to see if there's a similar pattern to what we saw earlier where there's like in the light between the shadows there's like a path or something drawn, but might have to come back to this one. I don't know. I come all the way over here. Too far. Follow where the light is. Let's see, where does that mean? That means... What does that mean? So that would be this. Does that mean I have to go up, though? I don't know if that means I have to go up. Up, over 2. I think then it's just down. I don't know why we have to mess with the stuff up above. Oops. So, hang on. Okay, so I want to go up. Wait, do I up one? Yeah, up one. To there. Over. And then is that just down? I think so. No. Let's see. Instead. Still seeing that same pattern though, basically. That doesn't. This? Oops. Here. Let's see. Hang on. Go back that. Yeah, I just want to go here. I don't know. I can't seem to get different angles and different distances. I don't seem to change the pattern on there really. I'm going to come back to this, but we need to do this at some point. But I'm going to have to come back because I'm not sure. Some of these, as you get closer, they're darker. And as you get farther back, they kind of fade away. I mean, not entirely. But in a lot of ways, they kind of just fade. Get like very... almost not there. They are there, but they're almost not. Like this top one. It's there. See how it gets much clearer if you get closer? As you get outside, how it almost fades? Oh, is that the distance? Does that fade enough other stuff? It's still tempting to do this. Maybe I do this. That might be it. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not convinced, but we could try it. This. Oh. I think it's closer. Problem is that this is always in shade on the bottom. I think that's part of the problem. I need something that will like fade the shade of that away or something. That obviously is not going to do it. This starts to kind of, and then it stops. There might be one other thing I have to do that'll somehow adjust something else for this. I'm not sure. All right, we'll come back to that. Anyway, so you get kind of a little bit more of an idea that way too, Fofox. So sometimes it's the shapes have X, Y, or Z. They have to satisfy particular rules, either a zone or a certain shape or whatever it might be. And then you have things like that, the shadows that might play an important role in things as well. So there was a cord here. Goes out here. This here. Where's that go? That's kind of over this way. Kind of like this-ish. Does it go up to the temple? Probably. Yeah. Some of these we have to go from this side. Sometimes you have to go from the other side. It's a whole thing. Not there, though. Those, we need to go up if we're going to do the other side. Which means you got to go along this path. Oh, I think we listened to this, but let me double check. Just in case.
The glass is transparent, the wine transparent. The two are similar, the affair confused. There seems to be wine
Here's
and
energy
no
line.
glass, or glass and no wine. Sahib bin Abad, circa 990.
Yeah. This is powered some way, and I don't know how currently. And then we got this over here. Powered this one, but not the others. So, let's see if I come up here. I think these other two here, I think I need to power both of those, and then I'll be at least closer to what I need. Are there 3 doors over here, though? I feel like there might be 3 doors, in which case that's a problem, because I can't see this side of those. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see how that works out eventually. Down the path. This comes to the shoreline here. Yeah, see, this gets powered. I believe power to this is going to come from over here. And then it will, in turn, when we do this one, this will power wherever that goes. This goes up. The tree's there. This way. There's more line here as well. So. That's not the path through. that we want. Let's see. This line goes up there. Go back down and we follow. I gotta go all the way down. And then we come over here and follow. Where are we? Oh, here's the thing. Yeah, this needs power as well. Like a camo thing. That's crazy. You got camouflage panels you almost don't even see are there. And that gets powered from something up there. As we go up this way. Hey, Nature Pro, yeah. Of course. Still have a long ways to go, obviously. But yes, of course, I'm still at it. Yep. I don't want to give up. There was one final solution on the panels near the temple. Or not, no, it's not exactly near the temple. It's kind of from the dam. Going up, there's that big building that has the two doors. You solve one set of panels, and it opens one door, and then you solve the other set of panels, and it opens the other door, and there's a pattern inside you have to figure out. Did not figure that one out yet. I gave up on it like for the time being, but not fully. Just until I can, figure out where I'm not quite correct. It's kind of near the monastery. It's not quite at the monastery, but it's kind of near it. Somewhat. But yeah. It's so both sets of panels that you need to solve it start around like the hydroelectric dam or whatever. Roughly. Somewhere around there. So we're on the other side of the river now. Which takes us... Might be able to point it out. I mean, the monastery's right here, so it's not like we had to go that way around. It's... let's see. It is... Yeah, it's over here. That's right. It's across the bridge. It's over on this side. No, already did the apple trees anyway. I don't know about, or this one, this puzzle. This is the only one that I've not figured out yet. I got the power from this side and the power from this side to open these doors. Have not done this one yet, but I'm gonna come back later. I'll work on it later. I tried a few different things, turned out not to be correct. So I'll just try it again another time. Not a problem. Yeah. Oh, so that's what you were saying? Well, you said monastery, but the monastery really is kind of there. But I guess you're right. It's kind of close. You're right. It is kind of close. It's also kind of, it's also kind of close to the castle, though, too. So, there's that. But, yeah. That's fine. I know what you mean now, yeah, and you know what I mean too. Yep. And this is where we were last time. We solved this whole swamp area last time. Ah. I was trying to figure out where... Let's go around. We have to go up and over first. There were some cables that I lost track of. I couldn't quite find where they came out. I was going to try to solve a set of cables there, but I couldn't quite find where they go. So obviously, James, go across here. And down. Was it down further? It's down further, wasn't it? No, because that goes all the way down. I don't want that. Back over here. Somewhere. I will find where I was. Maybe I just go straight through. This is kind of... So these cables here. So from here, right, this set of these, the cables go into the mountain. And then I can't quite tell on the other side. There are a bunch of... look like bamboo trees up there that the cable, I think, goes up to. So I go back to the bamboo trees. Then I don't find, from there, I don't find where the bamboo trees. This is the final one, I think. So we go up this way. Right, and then over here. Then we have the bamboo trees, right? But I don't see the cable on the ground, which is fine. It can be buried. But if it's buried, then I gotta go farther through. And that was where I was running into a spot of trouble. I couldn't figure out how to get through to the other side of the bamboo. I could go around, but then I end up pulling away from the bamboo enough. So there's this cable. Which goes here. And then, since this is off, so it gets powered, so it got to come from up here and over. That way. It's got to be facing this way. But up. Where did that cable go? Nope, not quite there. If I come back far enough, I don't really see it. So, yeah. Yeah. The jungle cables are fun. Cannot go up that. Anyway, so that's how I ended up coming around here, was trying to figure out where the cables continued. And then we're across again. If I go over here... Don't know. So maybe another time on those. Yeah. We can come back later. There's somebody here. Hey, what are you looking at? Painting the sky? Awesome. I look at the sky. It's almost the same thing, right? We're basically both artists. Yeah. Oh, it's great. It's perfect. Oh, don't let me interrupt you. No, you look like you're busy. I don't want to interrupt your work. You're doing good. You're doing good work. I like what I see on the canvas so far. Keep it up. Okay, I'll talk to you later. Bye. Go more this way, maybe? Not really. Just an overlook. Okay. That's the swamp again. And up over here. This goes to what? I don't remember. I've been here before, but I don't remember if I saw stuff here like panels to solve previously. Probably somewhere, but I don't remember. It's an extension, really, of the swamp where I was solving all those panels before. But since we've already done those... There's ships ahoy. We go around. We go on the outside of the castle over this way instead. We're going to eat one of these little humming columns here. Yeah, I think we need to come out the other side of the castle or find a way to drop these before we can get there. Which means what? I'm going to go down to the swamp and take a boat. I don't know if the boat stops there, though, by the ship. I feel like it's just going to pass by it and not stop. So, something else. Because we have some of these like tree buildings, basically, right? Tree houses, but like not for a little kid. They were actually like originally settlements, looks like to me. How those come over. Yeah, okay. I think I can do it. I think I need to go to the other swamp and then the very next stop. Probably. We'll see, but it might be in that junkyard, kind of junkyard area of the swamp there. So go back over here. And down to what we solved last time. And through, and then we'll see if we can take the boat across. Hi. Hey, I didn't even have to request it this time. You're on the ball. Love it. Serve me now. I'll take a Chardonnay and some escargot. Thank you. We got several additional puzzles done this time, so wait, that's how we have it, right? Hang on. We have, yeah, we've got right there already. Yep. So I want this. And all of us are just drunk on our own existence. Probably not totally incorrect. A lot of people who think that they're so amazing. Arrogance. Yeah. My rule of thumb is if at any point, for some reason, something makes me start to think I'm better than somebody else, I need to check myself and reassess because I know I'm not better than other people. So this will bubble up. Bubble up, 7 up. And then I'm going to see, like I said, I want to see if we can stop somewhere kind of close to that. See if we can do some stuff up with the little tree buildings there. Little tree vacation homes or something. Where am I? This is those, right? Hold on. Swampy Swamp. We're here, right? Yeah, we're here. And we want to go, whoops, I think here. Am I better? Yeah, I mean, certainly I'm better at self-deprecation. I mean, so I'm not gonna, because I like my anonymity, I'm not gonna reveal too much, but in real life, I'm a writer. I've had some things published. I do some pro bono work. I do some freelance editing and so on for people as well. So I'm kind of immersed in the world of writers, people who write for a living. So with that, all of that work that I do regularly, I am very used, let's say it this way, I'm very used to using words carefully to get some reaction. Somebody to get people nodding their heads saying, that was very poignant, or to get people going, I can't, and start laughing or whatever it is. So because I do that type of stuff regularly, I am quite good at self-deprecation. But only in a joking sense. I mean, I know that I'm not the shizzle, to do a Snoop Dogg thing here. So obviously with that, you know, there's a certain level of trying to stay humble that goes along with that. But there's no, in the self-deprecation I do, there's no actual, like, self-hatred and like, depression and stuff like that goes along with that. That can go along with that. I don't have those kinds of problems where I actually hate myself or something. That's not a thing for me. I do love myself. I think I am valuable, just as I think any human is valuable. Very valuable. And so I don't have a problem with loving myself. But, you know, what's life if you can't, you know, you can't joke about silly things you do from time to time anyway, right? Everybody should be able to joke from time to time about silly things they do. Yeah. Yeah, I learned from the greats. For sure. Bram Stoker and Shakespeare and John Donne and Ernest Hemingway and, yep, a whole lot of Victor Hugo. Because I'm joking, right? Yeah. Okay, so I kind of understood this, but kind of not. So, I'm trying to remind myself the pattern of these. I think it's... because it's a pattern of two. Two within a zone. Two within the same zone here. Two in a zone, two in a zone. 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 Might as well start rapping. I bet I could take Eminem on. Just kidding. Okay, so 2, 2, 2. So, what I want to do. Hang on. This one. Okay. If I go. Two, two, two. There we go. 2, one zone, 2, another zone, 2, third zone. I believe that Shakespeare wrote probably at least the vast majority. It's possible. It's possible there were some other writers involved. He did have, for example, he did have an acting troupe that did plays all the time for Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth I and then His Majesty King James I after Elizabeth died. He did have the royal company that he was the head of that wrote the plays for entertainment, so it's possible. I mean, Shakespeare, I don't know anything. I would say we know very little about whether Shakespeare was arrogant or not or anything. So it makes it difficult to say he would never let anybody else write some of the plays or something. That said, he was very skilled and very prolific if he wrote them all himself. So either he was amazing, I mean, he probably was amazing anyway, but either he was extraordinarily skilled on his own, or he was very skilled with some additional people. To me, it's not as important, did he write them all or not? Personally, I don't care so much about that as I do studying how things were written and trying to learn to improve my own writing. So, let's see. So 2 there would satisfy. And then those 2 could be in a separate there. And we could do that. Okay, and then 2. Go the other way. Do this. No, that doesn't work at all, I think. So we'll do this. 2, 2. See. 2, 2. That doesn't work because that's open still. So 2, 2. Two. Now these are still the same zone though. How would I want to do that? I would want to come down. Then I would go up. So this. See, it doesn't. These end up being in the same zone. That's a problem. Okay, let me think. This. 2, 2, 2, 2. Yeah. Yep. I mean, I could try to figure it out, like try to like look, analyze them more thoroughly and stuff. But that's a lot of time that I don't really want to spend on that kind of thing. I'd rather spend time learning how to be better and closer, more closely match the stylistic, or not stylistically, like not trying to imitate, pretend I'm Shakespeare, but trying to learn stylistically things that were done in his works and become a better writer as a consequence rather than the other. Okay, so I need to get all of these. These need to be in the same zone. There we go. Nope. This. So there's no reason to avoid this then. So we're going around. See, these end up in different zones then. Yeah, they have to be in the same zone. There we go. Hey, thanks, Raiden. Hope you have a great night too. Thanks for stopping in and for posting in the chat. Appreciate it. Fun act if you're, because I know you tend not to comment, but you watch a lot. So if you're here, thanks for joining me as well, Fun act. And if you're not, obviously that's fine too. Go. There. This. There we go. here. Nope, not quite. It's mostly just a puzzle game. But basically, we're on an island. We don't know how we got here. We find remnants of a civilization that was here once, but we don't find any people here. The closest we find are like statues of people doing various things, like a painter or like somebody using a telescope or whatever. We don't really see, though, actual people. It's just like statues. And there's this technology left behind, these puzzles that still work, still have energy and still work. And they take us to certain places around the island. The puzzles have different rules depending. So the puzzles with these 8-pointed stars, you can only have 2 of them in. So a zone, if you look at this puzzle, just this first one right here, this right here is a zone. Okay, so this area here is a zone. This area here is a zone, or you could, guess, technically, no, yeah. So this is a zone, and this is a zone. So 2 zones there. Okay, here, 1 zone, 2 zones, 3 zones. Okay, so that gives you an idea of a zone. So the rule for these 8-pointed stars seems to be, unless I'm not quite understanding it correctly, but from everything I've seen so far, the rule with these 8-pointed stars is they're only allowed to be 2 within a single zone. So these 2 fill this zone, so that's fine. These 2 fill this zone. That's fine. Same thing here. These are both in this zone. These 2 are in one zone, and these 2 are in a separate zone. And so on. Anyway, so different symbols have different rules. There are also some parts of the island that don't actually use symbols, but use an effect of like shadow and light, and you either are following a pattern or you're avoiding shadow, depending on which one. And anyway, and you're solving these panels by drawing a light line along the grooves, or whatever you want to call them, of the panel. And as we do that, we get different areas to open up, and eventually we end up with some puzzle pieces where we can play a video, for example. There are also little recorders. I don't know, there's one around here. There probably isn't really close by. But there are little like tape recorders that'll have audio recordings of scientists saying scientific things like, I learned this principle of science or whatever. And then there are a couple of places where we found videos. I don't know how well you can see this, but if you look at my webcam, see how there's kind of hexagons? And then there are patterns within the hexagons. So there are a couple places where we found paper with hexagons and like lines drawn. So we go to a certain location. It's basically underneath the windmill in the middle of the island. If we go down in the basement of there, there's like a theater room, and in front of it there are different panels. If we do the pattern from one of these pieces of paper, we then get a video presentation by a scientist talking about whatever stuff. So we came from over here and solved these to make a bridge. So now we're over here trying to solve these to make a bridge. As far as the lore, we're not totally sure, or I'm not totally sure what all has happened. Clearly there was a civilization here. The people are all gone. I have yet to figure out if they self-destructed, if there was maybe a plague and they all abandoned the area because of the plague, if there was a war and they were captured. I have yet to understand those kind of specifics. This is not heavily plot or character driven. It's more puzzles with some some extra mystery trying to figure out the background of the area as you go, basically. Yeah, its lore is very close to the vest. That's right. And so there are some things. I'm first mostly focused on the puzzles, trying to open up areas and get more. And then I would like to, at some point, when we're getting kind of close to the end, then maybe run around the island and go, okay, I see these people here, they're doing these things. So this probably reflects this other thing, and so on. So again, only 2 of these in a zone. So these 2, or these 2, or these 2, or whatever. But they're only 2 in a zone. But I also, so if I go like this. Maybe do it this way. So those 2 are in one zone. And then these others. I would want to do what? I would want to do... Then we can't go up from there. So that's a problem. Let me see. If we go... What I want is... If I go like this... No, those need to be basically sealed outside or something if I want to... Maybe I do that. There we go. That works. So again, these 2 in this zone, these 2 in this zone. Oh, and I'll redo it just so you can see. So the way this has to work is that all of these hexagons must be hit as well by your line at some point. All of those hexagons must be hit. So, yeah, like this. Oh, whoops, except I did not hit the outside too. Ha! Ha ha ha! My bad. There we go. And that keeps these separate zones. All of the hexagons are hit. Anyway. So 2 different symbols, 2 different rules. Hexagons, those little black hexagons, you must have your line drag across every one of those within that puzzle. But you also have those 8 stars have to stay only 2 in a zone. So 2 rules. That would be an example for the Fox of those 2 rules working together at the same time. All of those black hexagons have to be hit. That's one rule. And at the same time, you have to have those 8-pointed stars, only 2 within each zone. The others have to be separated. So that would be another example. I know I think I gave you one earlier, but that would be another example of how 2 different rules apply at the same time. Okay, so this is another, okay? So the way this one works is the black and the white. So here's 3, these are 3 rules here. We can't have more than 2 of these in a zone. I mean, that could be anything. this would satisfy the stars in this case. So this one is super easy as far as the stars go. Also, though, in addition, the black and the white cannot be in the same zone. They must be in different zones. So, what I can do to satisfy this is I can go like this. The white plus the 2 stars are in one zone. So 2 stars are in the same zone, no more, no less. And the white is also happens to be in that zone, and the black is in a separate zone. And that satisfies all 3 rules. Even though, again, the stars rule was super easy in that particular puzzle, but 2 stars in one zone, black and white cannot share the same zone. 2 in the same cannot share the same zone. So we can go. Now, the black and white don't have to, like the 2 black don't have to be together. They could be separated. So we can do that is, I think that should be fine because the black and white are separated. We have basically, if we do that, we have 3 zones. We have the black zone, we have one zone here for black, one zone here for black, and then these 2 plus the 2 whites happen to be in the same zone. Okay? So we have 3 different zones in this case rated, in case you were wondering. So 3 zones. We have the left 6, 2 rows of 3, plus the 1 star pointing out. That's one zone. Then we have a second zone is one of the blacks. Third zone is another one of the blacks. Now, I don't have to go over here to have this black in the zone. The edge of the board counts as cutting off the zone. So if I do that, that black is still in its own zone. Okay? So that's how that works. Now this is going to be trickier because where this one only had 2, this one has 4, so I have to keep only 2 of these in a zone. This is still going to be easy in this case because I just do this. All of the right zone is 2 of the 8-pointed stars. All of the left zone, 2 of the 8-pointed stars. 2 whites are on the left side, 2 blacks are on the right side. That one's a super easy one as well in this case. But it gets trickier because now we have white stars and orange squares. I think it's the same rules. So the 2 orange cannot be with the 2 black. And the white stars can be no more than 2 at the same time. So you understand now? So this is a zone here. This is a zone here. This is a zone. This is a zone. And then this whole thing is a zone. The line kind of makes the boundary between zones. On the stars, only 2 stars of the same color can be within the same zone. So only 2 here, only 2 here. The black and the white have to be in separate zones. So the 2 black on this side, the 2 white on this side. You get it, I think. Okay. So now again, these orange do not have to be in the same zone. They just cannot be in a zone with black. They can only be in a zone with the same color. They could be in separate zones. This orange and this orange could be in separate zones. They just may not share a zone with another color of the same shape. Yeah. And then in addition, these can only be 2 to a zone, like we already said. So if I do this, okay, cut the black off so that it's in its own zone. Let's see, I don't want to do it that way. How do I want to do this? Just those 2 and the black. Okay. And then like that. Yeah, that should satisfy. We have 2 white stars in the bottom left zone, 2 white stars in the middle zone. So there are only 2 white stars, or 2 stars of the same color per zone. And then we have the orange and the orange share a zone, but they do not, neither of them share a zone with black. Both the blacks are separated. No, I'm blind. I'm playing this blind. I'm figuring this out as I go. So I mean, I learn the rules for the shapes, and then like as I go, they start with a. If you start at the right spot, that is, of course, and don't go to the wrong part of a zone or of an area of the island, then you can learn teaching, and you learn what it's trying to tell you, and then you go from there. I have never played this before. Thanks. So Rated and Faux Fox, did you kind of get what I did with this last one? If there's anything you need explained on this one, let me know, but I think you get it. Do all puzzles need to be solved, or can you... Yeah, I mean, you could skip some, I suppose, but you're gonna have areas of the island that you don't open up, and ultimately, when you finish an area, see this laser beam here, going up to this tower or whatever up here. There's one from over here, and then there's another one from over here. We want to get all of those laser beams going to the center. Possibly it'll finish the game when we do. But at a minimum, I would guess we're going to get some kind of storyline something here. I don't know. I'm not saying like it'll explain the lore, but like it might give us additional like science quotes and stuff that might tell us something about the world. So I think we want to solve all the puzzles we can so that we can get, because there are just 2 here, but I would guess we have at least 2 more, possibly 4 or 5 more that we want to get up here. And then we'll get that top thing be all worked out. Here's Smart Friend. I don't know about that, but thank you. Appreciate the vote of confidence. Okay. Okay, so we want... These have to be in separate zones from these. They don't need to be in the same zone, so I can separate... I could go like this. That separates one of them. And then I could do this, separates the other. Yeah, now we have 2. No, but then we have too many. We have too many of these. We have 4 of these. We need to have only 2 of these in a thing, so that will not work. We could do... let's see. No, not like that. Not like that. How do I want to do that? Like this. No. Because I can't seal off this zone. It bleeds over into this one. That's a problem. You could do this. Maybe that's as simple as it needs to be. Yeah, that's easy. So the green 8-pointed stars, only 2 in the bottom zone and only 2 in the top zone, so that's fine. And then the violet, or it's kind of more of like a magenta, squares are in separate zones from the orange squares. Yep, so that's how you do that one. Okay. Do this. Separates those. Separates those, and that's still legal because you don't have to have all the greens together. They just cannot be in the same zone as orange. So we do that. That cuts off orange as another, and then we have 2, 2, 2. Yeah, that should be satisfactory as well. Okay. So this works again. It's a little trickier here because we have the break here, so I have to figure out a way to have the orange separated while at the same time. So I don't think this will work quite. We could do this. That'll cut those off still, so that's fine. Nope. I actually want this. But that's 4 in the same zone, so that's a problem. Yeah. Yep, you finally get it, and then you're like, oh yeah, and then it's great. Yep, exactly. I do instead. I go like this. No, 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 no. Yeah, there we go. So, of the stars, nope, 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 because this bleeds through. That's a problem. Okay. How do I could do... That bleeds through. Nope, that did not work. Before I click this, let's see, make sure this works. Bottom left is a zone totally cut off from everything else. Middle is totally cut off from everything else. Right is totally cut off from everything else. There's a green and an orange in the same one on the right one, though. So to remedy that, what do I need to do? Do this. Hey, Rhino. Welcome, welcome. That's broken, so I can't go up that way. So how do I... No. What if I do this? So by including these two, the middle two of the bottom stars in the same zone. And then I cut off. Now it's just orange. Yeah. And then I do this. Let's see if this works. So we've got, in the bottom row of stars, the 2 on the right side are in the bottom zone, and that's cut off from everything else. So that's just 2 in the zone, and all the orange are in that zone. In the middle, we have 3 of the green and 2 stars, and that's also cut off. Yeah, that should work. Oh, can you? That's okay. I solved it. Yeah. So there we go. Okay. Yeah, so there you go, Fox. That's an example. You could just jump over the small gap from there. So I didn't have to do that puzzle, but we did. But just FYI. So that would be an example. Deja Pra just confirmed that not every puzzle is required. Even for progressing in the game. Okay, so this is another super easy one. Should be. Keep 2 stars, no more, no less, and the white and the black are divided. Oh. Are those considered... Maybe they're not considered contained? If I do the other? Yeah. This is a zone where... So what did... Let's see. How did I do that wrong before? I did around and up. So I don't quite get the rule on these. I know that there can only be 2 in a zone, but why could these not share the same zone with white? That is what I am curious about. When I did this, I did like this and this. So these were in the same zone as these. It was all, this was one zone. So why did that not like that, I wonder? I don't quite understand the rule on that. This is obviously teaching me more advanced than the basic stuff we were doing here, because something I thought I knew was unexpectedly wrong. So, all right. So if we operate under the same assumption as here, then what I want is... Can't come down. See, this is going to be wrong, right? Oh, no, that's correct. See, but I thought that's... Oh, is it? It's because the stars are the same color as these, right? And so these are counting these as if they were more stars of the same color. It's because they're different colors in the other cases that they're fine. I think that might be it. So if the stars share a color with something else, so basically the stars, you can never have, when there's a set of stars, you can only have 2 stars and no other of the same color within the same zone. I think that might be it. That's why these orange were fine, but the white were not. I think. Let's see if that holds true here. So if I do the black and limit them once again, so they're only those 2 black. How do I do that? I want to go... Maybe 2 of these together. This is going to say no, I think, right? Because we're sharing these again with this. That's wrong. So, if I go... So these might be okay because it's black with white. Yeah. The black with white is okay, just not black with black. Yeah. Yep, I think that's correct. So I think that's the rule for those. And there's a single star here. Could include one of these, but not more. So one. Let's see. But I have to separate the black from the white as well. So that's not going to work. How do I do that? That would obviously separate the white from the black. Is that going to be enough? Yeah, it needs a second black, I think, which means what? So if I do that, and that's in that zone, if I instead... Okay, if I do... this, no, this, oh, that, so those are in the same zone. Oh, but I can't do that because there, so do I... and over, but I have to... Huh. You have a think on this. It's interesting. That. And then that. Yeah, there we go. So the star, you have to have... Hey, Monmouth, welcome. So with the star, even though it's not... So basically, a single star must have another of the same color. But the other thing of the color does not have to be another star. So there's a star, needs a second thing that's also black, but it does not need to be a star. But we also still have to satisfy the white squares cannot be in the same zone as the black squares. Back from Sunday roast day. Oh, for the next 10 minutes. That's all right. I hope you had a nice roast, though. Was that with the big family get together? Or was it more with your mates or what? I mean, Sunday roast day could be a lot of things. You could be like ale and chips sitting in front of the telly or something, right? So I don't know what your Sunday roast day consists of, but that sounds fun. Okay. So again, white star must have at least another white object with it, and the white and black of these must be separated. So, that. Simple enough. Okay. And then those must all be separate as well, so we got to do... let's see, how do we do this? Go like this. That's white is separated from the others. No. Nope, not yet. Let's see. To go... White separates from the rest, green from the rest, and then the two magenta are together. There we go. 3 magenta. Uh-oh. Well, no more than 2, so if I have these 2 together, I could just separate those probably. Let's see. So I will do this. No, not this. Well, yeah. because it just can't be more with the same color, right? So the white is fine, and then that is fine, and separate from that. Yep. So no more than 2 of the same color, but it's so with the, remember with the stars, it's no more and no fewer than 2. It's always exactly 2 with the stars within a zone of the same color. So you have 3 here, 2 stars. You can't have a third, but you also cannot have 1 star. So I could not have done like the star with this, because then 1 star's by itself. That does not satisfy the condition for the star. Star's always exactly 2 of the same color, whether it's a star, another star, or like one of these, for example. It's tricky. Okay, so I want that is easy enough for there. Those cannot, though, be together. So I need to go around those. Yeah. No, but then that cuts this off from here. So I think, let's see. So the magenta star is in the same zone as a magenta square, so that satisfies 2, no more, no less, no more, no fewer of that. The green is separated from the magenta, as is the other green. Yeah, that should do it. Okay. These separate. I want those 2 separate from the green. Need to get 1 more so that those are not. But then we have that as well. Tricky. This would work for that. So 2 with a star on the bottom. Then the second magenta from the bottom is separated from the green. Then 2 on the top zone here, and that separates that one as well. Yeah. Okay. So I need these 2 together, because you cannot have one just sticking on its own. So I need to do this. Should be okay. The magenta square is separated from the green squares. That's the rule on the squares. And then we have no more than 2 magenta items when the stars are concerned. Yeah. Similar thing here. I need to separate those. Oh, that's just that, I think. Because you have 2 green, no more, no fewer, no more. 2 magenta, no fewer, no more for the stars. And then a green square and a magenta square are separated. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. So. Separate these from the other blacks. I have to separate more, though, as well. Which is fine. I can have these in the same sector. So I have 2 stars. blacks are separated from blacks, and then I have a star plus another black here to satisfy that. Star has another black shape to in the same zone to satisfy it. 2 black here, no fewer, no less. That satisfies that, and the white are separated from all the black squares. Okay. Do that. 2 black squares separate, or black stars, no fewer, no more, and then the white squares are separated from the black squares above them. But then if I'm going to do that, that becomes a problem because we have the black and the white are next to each other and should not be. So if I do this instead, now we have no. I would need to do this, but then we run into a problem down below. So how do I manage? If I come up and over, we can do that. No, that's 3 though. That's a problem with that. What if I do? That 2 black stars, white separated from the black. I need to come a different direction though. 2 black stars, white separated from the black there. There we go. Let's see. Okay, all of the white squares are separated from the black squares by zone, so that satisfies that. 2 black stars in the upper left zone. 2 black stars in the bottom zone. I think that's good. Yeah. When I'm saying this out loud, I mean, it also potentially helps you guys, but it also helps me work through it as I'm saying it. While I'm working it in my mind, I'm basically double checking to make sure. My brain says one thing and then I say it out loud, and if I repeat it and it sounds wrong, then I realize I've made a mistake, kind of a thing. So that's just in case. Hopefully that's not too annoying for you guys. But if you guys are not quite following, or if you think you are and you want to test to see if you got it right or whatever, when I happen to get it right, because I won't always, but if I happen to get it right, you can kind of do a comparison that way. Anyway, hopefully it's not too annoying, but I do that for my own sake so that my brain and my voice will hopefully somewhere between them find a discrepancy, a problem, if what I'm doing is incorrect. That. No. Because that. Okay, so no, that's a problem still. Let's see if I go this way instead. 2 black, and then that leaves this open. Let's see. There we go, I think. Let's see. So 2 black stars in the bottom zone, and then a black star plus another black shape in the top zone. So the stars are satisfied. The black is separated now because I have the white up here, though. Yep, I got to figure out getting around that. Nope, not quite. Could do this. That still leaves this top white one. Yes, that's. I'm gonna figure out how I handle that. If I go around, what do I do? Like this? No, I gotta do it. I gotta do it from the other way. Something like that, but then that cuts it off, and it cannot include the black star. These two are the closest together. Those would be the most logical normally, but with the white. Do these. There we go, I think. All the white are separated from the black. All the white squares are separated from the black square. We have a black square to satisfy the black star in the bottom right, where two are in that outside zone. The other two are in the other zone. That should do it. There we go. Okay. No. I want to do that. So that will handle that. So then I just need to figure out the other side. If I come from here, that cuts those off. And then that will cut off the other black. Those. Right, because the white square is the same color. Duh, I knew that. So. I could do this. Let's see. Well, these can be in the same with that. But I need to separate. This. Two, three. I instead go for something like this. No, because that's, we're going to have an orphan one. That's going to be a problem. This is 1. This is 2. How about that? Bottom zone has 2 white shapes with the stars, satisfy the star condition. 2 black, black or not, with a white square, so that's fine. The middle has 2 white, so like stars again, satisfying stars again. 2 white shapes that are 2 white shapes, no more, no less. And then we have a white separated from the black. That should do it, I think. There we go, finally. All right. Whew. Let's see, this is up. What's over here? Oh yeah, I want to do this. Goes 1. How do I get... And I've not figured out, because these are separated from, as far as I could tell, these are separated from all like the other panels, but there are several of these. So I wonder if you do all of these, once you do the final one of these that are separated, something else happens, I'm guessing. Somehow, even though we can't maybe visually see how, somehow that basically like connects or intersects or whatever to something else. Can I? No, not from there. Is there another opening? Wait. Not enough. Let's see. That's going to be probably one of these boards here is probably going to be my thing, but I don't know if I can get enough. Can't get backwards more. Can't go backwards more. Nope. It's close, but the top part of that is blocked off and I can't quite get to it. Yeah, that's not enough. I can't reach. Can't grab enough of it. How am I going to manage that? So I see the whole thing as I do this, but only in pieces. Do I do something over here and then... No. Doesn't look like it. That is friggin' tricky. And you can't quite reach that. Interesting. I wonder if I can get up there. I wonder if I have an angle. Probably not, but I'm trying to think. I suppose it's possible. I doubt it. No, even if I have an angle, that's way the hell too far. My thing won't go that far. Not sure. There was more of this though that we haven't done. We just were following one particular path. So maybe I have to do more of another path, and then we'll be able to do progress further with that side of things. Come back. We did this. But, ow, one sec. I got an itch in the inside corner of my eye, and it's making it so I can't see anything. One sec. Okay. I think I'm better, at least for the time being. Okay. We've not gone up here. Ah, there we go. Oh, is this? No, that wasn't what we saw from the other side. I don't know. That's okay, though. Okay. Go back this way again. Oh, it's timed. I gotta haul my butt if I'm gonna do that. Okay, awesome. Good to know. Okay. Did not realize it was timed, so that's great. Let's not get so close to that then. Give ourselves more room. Oh my gosh, I got caught up. We're gonna have to do it again. Ran out of. Got hung up on the corner. There's no way I would have made it. Try it again. Don't get caught on the corner, Sexor. No! I hate you. You're a jerk. You're a jerk. Alright. Oh! I wonder. Can I get an angle from, like, over here on that? Or maybe from down here? Something where I don't have to go quite as much distance. Where's my stairs are here? Okay, let me see. Where's the panel I'm trying to go for? Dang it. Son of a... Nope. Wrong way. Hang on. Go back. Okay. It is this way and up. Let me see. When I get up here, let me see if there's a... somewhere across where I could reach it still. And no, I don't think so. Yeah, I'm sure that's it. Let's see. Now it's shrouded in all this bush. So unless... that's probably going to be even worse. Um, hmm. Here is the panel. But see how I can't see it because the bushes are in the way? That's conveniently inconvenient for me. If I could reach it from here, it'd be like nothing to get there, but unfortunately that's not going to be. Where else? I don't really know if there's anywhere else that's going to be as good of a spot. Oh, maybe. Although I don't know if I have to do this other stuff first. If I manage to do this orange, I don't think so, but I might through the trees. I might be able to get an angle on this, and then if that's already connected, then I just go here and here. That's basically that orange is basically going to come like right underneath here. I don't know. That seems like that's wishing for something that's not going to happen. Okay. Well, let's try other places we can go. Other things. So we did discover that. That will open that door, but we can't quite make it in time. I mean, I might have made a couple of taken slightly longer than I needed to in that last run, but I really didn't get hung up on corners and stuff, and I was far enough away. I think I still would not have made it, even if I would have run it perfectly. So there's probably some other trick, not trick, but like some other route or path or whatever that I'm supposed to follow. What is this? This extends when I do something on the other side, I think is what's going on there. Okay, so we got green here, and okay. So we got these. These do not rotate, so I must do the same shape that they are within their region. And then these two need to be, let's see. So I want to go this. One, two, three. Okay, so if I do that, then I want to do. One, two. Hmm. 1, 2. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 2 more. So 7 total. I want 1, 2. Well, it could just be 1. And then 1. And then 3. And then 2. 1. And then 2. That's not gonna work. Almost. Then we cut that off, and that's a problem. And if we do the reverse, if I do 1, 2, 3. No. 1, 2. How about that? Let's 2, 3, 1 and 1. It's not 1 and 1 though. That's just 1. So I want that. We have 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2 for the other 2. And then those 2 stay in the same shape. How about that? No. Those are... One. So 1, 1, 2, 3, 1. 2, 3, 1. Actually, that might be right like that. Because this 3 here just needs to be 3 in a row. Doesn't mean nothing else can be there. I don't know though, that extra above. I don't know. It's wrong, yeah. Let's see. So neither of these rotates. So I need to have them still in the same, but they can move like up and down or left and right in the same position. So as long as they're also contained within the zone as well. Two, three, 4. 1, 2. Oh. Let's see. 1, 2 plus 1, and then 1, 2, 1. Could be 1, 2, 3, 1. And 1, and then 1, 2. How would I? Can't do more than that though. One, two, three, and 1 plus 2 plus 1 1, 2, 3, 1 1, 2 1. Yeah. One, two. So I just don't know how I get. Problem is this goes 3, which runs into this. So if this is supposed to be 3 in its own, then I run into the problem with this. I can abut them like you do in the swamp. We have like 3 this way, 3 this way, and if you do the thing, you wrap around them. That makes it move. So you could theoretically do 2 plus 3. But then this, either you have an extra here, which I don't think you can do with these, or it doesn't end up being in the same zone. That's not okay. I would need that first. How do I? If I were to do this, so if I go from the reverse, I do this. Can't section this off though if I do that. If I do that, that puts those in different zones. Plus, this is a lot more than 3 in this area. Oh, how. Nope. Hmm. I do 1, 2, 3 here, and then 1, 2 here. There we go. Holy crap. I was like, my brain was like, wait, what? Yeah, because these have to be in the same, like, facing. They can't be up and down, for example. They have to still be this way, but you can move them back and forth. I always kept thinking I needed to have these in the same somehow because of 3, but this 3 could just be down here and the 2 could be up above. I don't know why I didn't see that sooner. Wow, that was slow. Sorry about that, guys. Okay. Hopefully I'll do better on this one. Okay. Yeah, let's see. Can't be that because that's. Let's see. If I. You cannot do this for this one because this breaks. You can't cut that off. Plus, I don't know if it'd be better if it were here +3, but that misses this one. So that's not right. Could be 3 and then this, but then again, I can't cut this off. Do 1, 2, 3. And then 1, 2, 3. What does that look like? So that does not work. No, that could. Hang on. Let's see. No, that will not work because we'll block this off. Plus, this isn't a true closure of the zone. Let me see. They don't have to be in the same. They could be separate things. So we do 1, 2, 3. We do 1, 2, 3 here. Like 1, 2, 3, 4 here or something. If I did that. And that. So we got 4 over there, we got 3 there, and those 2 end up in the same zone. Yeah, that works. This one can rotate to different positions. This one cannot. If it's angled like this, that's a rotate. For anybody who missed previously. Sure. Let's see, I could do... Don't want to do that because that's different. Ends up being. So this could be this. Or this, or this, or this, This seems unlikely unless I'm going to stack this. Or this, either way. Because if I do this, even if this were, it's not, but even if this were over on the edge, 1, 2, 3, over 1, I don't have room. Even on the 3 spot here, I don't have room for 4. So that does not work for those. I could do 4. Yeah, I could do 4 and then this or something, but then we run into the problem of this being separated from this one, not in the same zone. If I do if I leave this here, that's a problem because that separates these. I need those not to get broken up. One. This. No, because it's not enough there. This. But then the 4 here misses this. This. I that breaks from here. And it can't, if I extend this, it's got to go up 4. No, it's got to go, not up 4, it's got to go like this, which does not give me this one up here. Alright, so if I do, I obviously cannot do this because then that cuts this zone off and then I can never connect, which means these 2 stars stay separated. Could do. Obviously, we need to do differently so that we end up here, but something like that, that misses this, so that doesn't work. What else? Could do this, but these end up in separate zones. This potentially, but then this is not contained within this zone here, which would be okay. No, yeah. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. What if I okay, what if we do this? This. Plus that. Now we have the L rotated clockwise 90 degrees. So that you have the little L on the bottom here. It abuts a 4. No, because it's got to go. It can't rotate, so that one's got to be flat. It can't do that. So what does that mean? If I go like this, I've got to how do I this? So now we got, again, clockwise rotated once on the L, and that grabs these 3 right here, just below where I am. And then that 4 piece moves to the top, 4 across. And then we have the 2 stars in the same. I think that'll work. Yeah. Okay. So I gotta have a group of basically 6 and then plus 2 out, while also satisfying keeping these separated. Lovely. That's okay. We can do this. Just gotta figure out. So 1, 2, 1, 2. This is that basic shape. So over 1, 2, 3, 4. Like this. See, that gives me the same shape, although it could rotate, to be fair. That gives me too many over there. Yeah. Okay, so I probably need to do it sideways or something. Let's see. So if I go 3, 4. 4. Not. 4. Not quite. That's 2 anyway. So that would need to go like this. And then that's a problem because then we have 3 of those in there. Okay. If I do it down this way, so we go 6 here. No. How do I only capture? Okay, so if I go 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. I go like this. Too far up. Those need to be together. I want these together probably. So for sideways, 1, 2, skip, 1, 2, but then that's going to be there too. I do the reverse. It's be like this. No. Yeah. I need to separate those off somehow. I go. Let's see. Hmm. Okay, so if I go this, do that. Let's see. 4. That's the shape. That has 2 only in its zone, so I just have to figure out how to bifurcate the other. Do that. Not quite. Cut off. I'd want to go like right through here and come up, and then cut these into their own zone, but that's not. If I go higher with that, then I get too many stars in the zone over here. Let's see, if I go 3 around, I'll skip those. These would go around. So I could do maybe that. That might work. 2 stars in the outside zone. 2 stars in the middle zone, plus it keeps the shape. 2 stars in the top center. I think that's right. There we go. Oh, lovely. We have a purple, or a magenta needs to go with a magenta. Great. Okay. And I'm assuming the magenta and the orange cannot be friends. So these two. Maybe they are friends. I don't think so, though. I feel like different colors is going to have different implications. Probably don't do it that way. Probably want to do it here. That, I think. Maybe? I don't know if the better... I don't do that. That also doesn't work because that isn't the way there. Yeah. I think that has to stay separated. Which means what? What does that mean I get to do? I get to do... I swear, every single stream now is plagued with this stuff. Hey, you can get extra streamers and stuff. Don't want your spam. Thanks. Every stream now, every stream has at least one. Usually 2 or 3. Let's see. So the 3 here could be just for this. If it has to be separate, it could be these. But then I have to figure out how I divide that without... those 3. But I have to... I would have to do this as well. So... the most this could do this, or slide over one by one. So it could be like this. Oops. That. Or it could be like that. Although, it cannot be like this because I cannot close it off. So technically, it's only those other 2 that I've shown already. this or the other. If I say it's this, the problem is how do I guess I could do this. 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3, 4. So what do I want to do instead? I want to go like this, I guess. 1, 2, 3. No. Oh, it's 3, not 4, but still. So that's possible, I guess. We could do plus 1, 2, 3 and 1, 2, 3. And that. And I figure out how I bring that in the same with the other star. And then also if I say we have the bottom 3 here, and then we add this, rotating it minus 90 degrees or 90 degrees counterclockwise. That's a 3 and that. And then 3 up and down would be these 3. But then I'm missing this, is not inside the shape. I do if I go like this, so we start with this, which is this one, 180 degrees. Then I add this plus 3. Plus 3. Do that and that. So we could do this plus 3 plus 3. We'd have that. So standing upright. It's the wrong direction. I inadvertently rotated it. Oops. Excuse me. So it should actually be this plus 3. So I'm going to do that. Then I should probably do this instead so that I can include that. Plus 3. Right, that's rotated twice. Oh, 3. Be up here. Anyway, and then 3 stacked. No, it was here. Here was correct because I already have the tail there. these can't rotate, so I can't do that shape anyway. It has to be in this shape. It must be this. So what does that mean? I could do, if I do this, and I do plus. Huh. This. Or this. Do that. So that's rotated 180 degrees plus 3 stacking on top. So in other words, do it this way. We have that 180 plus 3. And those, we have 2 magenta because of the star in the same zone as well. And then we could do this to have this 3 by itself. Then those 2 stars are in the same. No, I did not like that. Why? Because I rotated. I rotated. I keep rotating. I cannot rotate. I don't know why I keep rotating. Silly Zexor, you can't rotate. You're not allowed. Two, 3. Plus that. But then I'm missing another. If I do this, if I do say that's 3. But I can't rotate. So how do I? That plus this. Really, what I'm looking for is having that together. So if I do let's see. So leave this one standing upright. And this, it's not, so it's like, do so. Like that. Two, 3. Soon as so if I do this. So this plus this. But that's rotated again, which I cannot do. If I say I really badly want to rotate, apparently. This. Plus the 3 on top. No. Okay, so basically this. Plus 3. And then also 3 there. In that case, I want that over 1. So going there, I want to do this. Because I had done that, right? Yeah, so this. Okay. And then the boy, not being able to rotate. 1 sec here. All right, sorry about that. We got 1, 2, 3 for that. Plus abutting the end, we could go 3 up like that. So that means then could do this. Will that work? Let's see. We have with the star, we've got 2 magentas. We got that not rotated plus the 3 in the same shape. And it's including all of those. Then the middle zone, we've got 2 magenta stars by themselves, and the last one is 3. There we go. Holy crapo. Okay. At some point, I will not struggle as much. I'm not going to jump these. I'm just going to do it. Okay. I do this. Then we've got... let's see. So basically, and these can rotate, so I could do like this and this or something. So this plus this. But then we also are subtracting 3. So this plus the bottom gets all of those. Then if I subtract 3, it could be... One, 2, subtracted from that side. I want to subtract from this side here. Either way. That gets messy. Does not work. Let me think. If we do one of these is say like this, because you can rotate them. And then if I subtract these two from there, it's any 3, right? So no, I have to subtract this shape from it. So if I have it go, whoops, if I have it go, crapo, I could not, if I had it go like this, then I could subtract the bottom 3 squares, which would mean 1. So really, I would want to start with this. Subtract the bottom 3 squares. So, and then we just shift this top square down. So I'd have 1. I can't. Wrong direction. Dang it. Why do I keep doing that? Okay. So. If I have that, right, that stacks on top of that. Then if we subtract those 3, do this plus that would give me this. I do the reverse. If I go this, which would be a rotation, plus go here, that's a rotation, plus this, minus those 3. No. Feel like, okay, so this, and then we stack another one here. So it's like this. Yeah, then it's like L on top of L. We subtract those 3, which means we go that plus that, so we go like that. What do you think? That'll be that one, and then that'll be that one. And then I just need to reposition them so that they are high enough. If I flip them, we have this over one more. This, oh gosh, messy. Hang on. Okay, this, there we go. Plus another one. So this. If I get rid of those three, the three could be on the end over here, which would mean this. Wait, that went. How did that go again? I don't remember where I was with these. This plus that over one more. So this on top of this goes like this, and on top of this one. Okay, so that. One, two, three, one. Well, my brain might be shutting down. Let me see. It's pretty late for me. It's like 2 in the morning now, so. This, no. Yeah. It's getting, it's draining a little bit, but yeah. I'd like to finish these last couple of green panels, but those might take 20-30 minutes each. I don't know. So that's this. Plus this. That. No, I don't want to do that because that then. I have this and I subtract the blue from that, I'm left with just this. And then with that, if I had it shifted over one, so I have the one, or shifted over, anyway, one, and then I also add this. But I need this as well. So I could have this, but I only subtract 2 from it. I subtract the 2 upright. So I have 2 going this way. So I have this. Plus this. But these have to, the blue has to be inside as well, is the issue. That's close, but then I need the blue inside also. Which means what? I could subtract 1 from each of these, so you get just 2 exact L's. Well, would that look like? That would look like this. And then is that how that would work though? That'd still have to be in that shape though. Can't do it if the shape isn't already available. Here, get rid of the bottom 3, so we end up with that. Yeah, okay, we'll just stop here. We'll just finish it next time. I think I'm pretty much... We're at 237 solved now. So that's not bad. We got, what, 60, 58? 58 more from last week. So that's not bad. Yeah, we'll just leave it there. That's fine. All right. Yeah, when the brain starts to shut down, there's not a lot you can do. You can fight it, but you know your brain eventually will win and just shut down. So not a lot you can do. All right, well, Dejabra, Bofox, Monmouth, Rhino, Maka, Fun Act If You Were Around, Rated. Let's see, is there anybody else I'm missing? Forgetting? Siluel. Yeah, all of you. Thank you very much for joining me this evening. Or this day, this afternoon, whatever time it is for you locally. I know I have some folks in Australia, some folks in Europe, some folks in America. So it's like all over the place, obviously, global audience. So appreciate the support. As always, be safe the coming week. Don't get yourself in trouble where you're gonna get, any kind of harm to you or those you love. Be safe out there. It's a dangerous world, I guess is what I'm saying. You guys are awesome. I appreciate the support, and we'll do more of this next week. Same time, same bat channel. Till next time, be safe all. See ya. Peace.
Poor spider.
This freaking boy. Oh, that's so sad.